Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Geography of Magical Isthmuses. Long before wizards understood the intricate weaving of magical energy across the Earth's surface, they recognized that certain places held power beyond ordinary comprehension. Among these extraordinary locations, few commanded as much reverence and mystery as the narrow strips of land that connected larger territories, the magical isthmuses that served as bridges between worlds, both geographical and mystical. Imagine yourself standing upon such a place, where the morning mist rises from waters on either side of you, creating an ethereal corridor that seems to exist between realms. The ground beneath your feet pulses with an energy that feels both ancient and alive, as if the very earth remembers every footstep of the countless witches and wizards who have walked this sacred passage throughout the ages. This is the unique sensation of Isthmus magic, where the convergence of land and water creates something far more powerful than the sum of its parts. In the wizarding understanding of magical geography, an isthmus represents more than merely a narrow connection between larger land masses. These slender bridges of earth serve as focal points where magical energies compress and intensify, creating phenomena that exist nowhere else in the natural world. The very narrowness that defines an isthmus, that quality of being surrounded by water on both sides, while maintaining a vital connection between territories, creates a unique magical environment where the boundaries between different types of magic become wonderfully blurred. The ancient wizards who first studied these remarkable formations discovered that water possesses an extraordinary ability to both conduct and contain magical energy. When magical currents flow across vast bodies of water, they carry with them the accumulated power of storms, tides, and the countless magical creatures that dwell beneath the waves. As these water-borne magical energies encounter the solid permanence of an isthmus, something remarkable occurs. The magic becomes concentrated, compressed into the narrow confines of the land bridge, creating a density of magical power that can be felt by even the least sensitive among us. Picture the way morning dew collects on a spider's web, each droplet catching and reflecting light, until the entire structure seems to glow with captured radiance. This is similar to how magical energy behaves when it encounters an isthmus. The broader magical currents that flow freely across open land or vast stretches of water suddenly find themselves funneled through these narrow passages, and in that compression, their power becomes magnified and transformed. The geographical formation of an isthmus creates what magical theorists have come to understand as a threshold environment, a place that exists at the boundary between different magical domains. On one side of the isthmus, the magical energy carries the characteristics of one region, perhaps the wild, untamed magic of northern highlands, or the deep, mysterious power of ancient forests. On the other side, entirely different magical influences may predominate, the warm, life-giving energy of southern valleys, or the crystalline clarity of mountain streams. The isthmus itself becomes the meeting place where these diverse magical currents encounter one another, merge, and create something entirely new. This convergence of different magical energies creates what experienced wizards describe as threshold magic, spells and enchantments that can only be performed in these liminal spaces. The magic of an isthmus draws its power, not from any single source, but from the dynamic interaction between opposing or complementary forces. A wizard standing upon such a formation might find that spells requiring balance, Transformation magic, for instance, or complex defensive enchantments, become remarkably easier to cast and maintain. The soil of a magical isthmus tells the story of this convergence in ways that only those trained in magical botany can fully appreciate. Beneath the surface, layers of earth carry the magical signatures of both the waters that surround the formation and the diverse lands it connects. These layers create a complex magical stratigraphy where different types of power rest in distinct bands beneath the surface. A skilled practitioner can learn to draw upon these varied layers, accessing different types of magical energy simply by adjusting the depth of their connection to the earth below. The width of an isthmus plays a crucial role in determining the nature and intensity of its magical properties. The narrowest formations, where one can see water on both sides with a single glance, create the most intense magical effects. Here, the compression of energy reaches its peak, and the sensation of standing between worlds becomes almost overwhelming. Wider isthmuses, while still possessing remarkable magical properties, tend to create more gentle and sustainable magical environments where the energy flows in broader, more predictable patterns. The orientation of an isthmus also influences its magical characteristics in fascinating ways. Those that run north to south often become conduits for seasonal magic, channeling the great flows of energy that mark the passage of time throughout the year. East-west formations frequently develop strong connections to solar and lunar influences, their magic waxing and waning with the daily and monthly cycles that govern so much of the wizarding world's natural rhythm. Water temperature plays an equally important role in shaping isthmus magic. Where warm and cold currents meet around the shores of a land bridge, the magical effects become particularly pronounced. The contrast in temperature creates natural magical gradients, invisible but powerful flows of energy that spiral around the isthmus like vast, slow-moving whirlpools. These thermal magical currents can be detected by sensitive instruments or by wizards who have trained themselves to perceive such subtle variations in magical energy. The depth of the waters surrounding an isthmus adds another layer of complexity to these already intricate magical formations. Shallow waters, warmed by sunlight and alive with marine vegetation, create light, buoyant magical energies that seem to dance and shimmer around the land bridge. Deeper waters, touched by the mysterious powers that dwell in the ocean's depths, contribute darker, more profound magical currents that flow like invisible rivers beneath the surface of the isthmus's power. The tidal nature of the surrounding waters creates perhaps the most fascinating aspect of isthmus magic, its cyclical variation in intensity and character. As the tides rise and fall, the magical properties of the isthmus ebb and flow in sympathy, creating a rhythm that experienced practitioners can learn to predict and utilize. High tide brings periods of enhanced magical power, when spells cast upon the isthmus seem to draw strength from the risen waters. Low tide creates different opportunities, revealing hidden aspects of the formation's power that remain concealed when the waters are high. The flora that grows upon magical isthmuses provides yet another window into understanding these unique formations. Plants that thrive in these environments must adapt to the constantly shifting magical energies, developing characteristics found nowhere else in the natural world. Some develop leaves that change color with the tides, others grow flowers that bloom only during specific lunar phases, and still others produce fruits or seeds with remarkable magical properties that reflect the unique energies of their threshold environment. The fauna of magical isthmuses presents an equally fascinating study. Creatures that make their homes in these places often develop abilities that allow them to move freely between the different magical environments on either side of the formation. Some learn to phase between the land and water aspects of their home, while others develop the ability to store and release the concentrated magical energies of their environment, making them valuable to potion makers and magical researchers alike. Weather patterns around magical isthmuses display characteristics that have puzzled and delighted magical meteorologists for centuries. The convergence of different air masses over these narrow formations, combined with the intense magical energies present, creates microclimates that can shift dramatically within very short distances. A wizard might experience morning fog on one end of an isthmus and brilliant sunshine on the other, with the transition occurring over just a few hundred yards of walking. The human settlements that have developed on magical isthmuses throughout history reflect the unique challenges and opportunities these environments present. Building upon such formations requires understanding not just the physical properties of the land, but the rhythms and patterns of its magical energy as well. Structures must be designed to withstand not only physical storms, but magical tempests that can arise when the energies of the isthmus become particularly active. The strategic importance of magical isthmuses in wizarding history cannot be overstated. These formations serve as natural choke points, places where travel between larger territories must funnel through narrow passages. Control of a magical isthmus often meant control of trade routes, communication networks, and the flow of magical knowledge between different regions. Many of the most significant battles in wizarding history have been fought for control of these powerful and strategically vital formations. The study of isthmus magic reveals fundamental principles about how magical energy behaves when constrained and concentrated. These insights have applications far beyond the isthmuses themselves, informing everything from the design of magical instruments to the development of new spells and potions. Understanding how energy flows and transforms in these natural laboratories provides wizards with tools for manipulating magical forces in other contexts as well. As you contemplate the intricate beauty of these magical formations, consider how the very narrowness that might seem like a limitation becomes instead a source of extraordinary power. In the gentle compression of energies that occurs when vast forces are funneled through intimate spaces, we find one of nature's most elegant demonstrations of how constraint can create rather than diminish possibility. What aspects of your own magical practice might benefit from the focused intensity that comes from working within carefully chosen limitations, and how might the wisdom of the isthmus guide you toward discovering unexpected sources of power in seemingly restrictive circumstances? Chapter 2. Ancient Wizarding Settlements on Land Bridges. In the mists of wizarding antiquity, when the world was younger and magic flowed more freely through the natural landscape, visionary witches and wizards recognized the extraordinary potential of the narrow land bridges that connected distant territories. These early magical pioneers understood that settling upon an isthmus meant more than simply choosing an advantageous location. It meant committing to a life lived at the intersection of worlds, where every dawn brought the possibility of encountering magic, unlike anything found in more conventional territories. The first wizarding settlements on magical isthmuses arose not from careful planning, but from the irresistible pull that these formations exerted upon those sensitive to magical energy. Ancient chronicles speak of solitary wizards who set out on journeys to distant lands, only to find themselves inexplicably drawn to pause upon these narrow bridges of earth. What began as temporary camps established to study the unique magical phenomena soon grew into permanent communities, as more practitioners arrived, drawn by tales of the remarkable discoveries being made in these threshold places. Imagine walking through the ruins of Thalassopolis, one of the earliest known wizarding settlements built upon a magical isthmus. The weathered stones still hung with residual magic after more than 2 millennia, their surfaces worn smooth by countless hands and countless seasons of salt spray from the surrounding waters. Here, between the narrow channels that separated the ancient territories of Aegean magical communities, the first systematic study of threshold magic began under the guidance of the legendary wizard scholar, Neron the Wave Walker. The architecture of ancient isthmus settlements reflected the unique challenges and opportunities of building upon these magical formations. Structures needed to accommodate not only the physical constraints of limited space and challenging weather, but also the complex flows of magical energy that pulsed through the land. The master builders of these communities developed techniques that remain marvels of magical engineering, creating buildings that could flex and adapt to the shifting magical currents, while providing stable foundations for both living and magical work. The central plaza of Thalassopolis, exemplified this sophisticated approach to threshold architecture. Built at the narrowest point of the isthmus, where the magical energies reached their greatest concentration, the plaza was constructed using stones quarried from both ends of the land bridge. These stones, each carrying the distinct magical signature of its origin point, were arranged in careful patterns that created a harmonious blend of the different energies. The result was a gathering space where wizards could work with magic that combined the best qualities of both territories. The isthmus connected. The houses of these ancient communities were marvels of adaptive design, built to take advantage of the unique magical properties of their location while providing comfort and security for their inhabitants. Windows were positioned to capture not just light and air, but specific magical emanations that occurred at different times of day. Some homes featured tidal chambers, rooms that were designed to flood harmlessly during high tide, allowing residents to experience the heightened magical sensitivity that came with direct contact to the charged waters. The social structure of isthmus settlements developed along lines that reflected the collaborative nature required for life in these challenging environments. Leadership typically emerged through councils of equals rather than hierarchical systems, as the successful navigation of threshold magic required diverse perspectives and shared decision-making. The most respected members of these communities were often those who demonstrated the greatest skill at mediating between different types of magical practice, helping their neighbors find harmony between the sometimes conflicting energies available on either side of their narrow homeland. Daily life in these ancient settlements revolved around the rhythms of tide and moon in ways that land-based communities could scarcely imagine. The twice-daily cycling of magical intensity as waters rose and fell created natural patterns for work and rest that shaped everything from meal times to meditation practices. Children growing up in these environments developed an intuitive understanding of magical timing that served them well throughout their lives, learning to sense the subtle shifts in energy that preceded changes in magical conditions. The cultivation of food in these settlements required innovations that combined agricultural knowledge with sophisticated magical techniques. The salt-touched soil of isthmuses proved challenging for many traditional crops, but the concentrated magical energies present in these locations allowed for the development of entirely new varieties of magical plants. The famous Narration grapes, which could only be grown in the unique conditions of Thalassopolis, produced wine with remarkable restorative properties that was prized throughout the ancient magical world. Fishing and maritime activities took on special significance in isthmus communities, as the surrounding waters provided both sustenance and crucial magical components. The fish caught in the channels around magical land bridges often displayed unusual properties, their flesh imbued with trace amounts of the magical energies that flowed through their aquatic environment. These marine resources became valuable trade goods, sought after by magical practitioners throughout the known world for use in potions and spells that required materials touched by threshold magic. The development of trade networks centered on isthmus settlements transformed these isolated communities into crucial links in the broader magical economy. The strategic position of these settlements, combined with their unique magical resources, made them natural waypoints for merchants traveling between distant magical territories. Over time, many isthmus communities evolved into major trading centers, their narrow harbors bustling with vessels carrying goods, knowledge, and magical innovations between far-flung regions of the wizarding world. The scholarly traditions that emerged in these settlements made lasting contributions to magical knowledge that influence wizarding practice to this day. The concentrated magical energies of isthmuses provided ideal conditions for experimental magic, allowing researchers to attempt spells and techniques that would be impossible in more conventional environments. The archives of Thalassopolis contained detailed observations of magical phenomena that helped establish many of the fundamental principles still taught in modern magical education. The spiritual practices of isthmus communities developed unique characteristics that reflected their position at the boundary between different magical domains. Rituals often involved crossing back and forth along the length of the isthmus, symbolically journeying between the different types of magic available at each end. Temple complexes were built to span the entire width of the narrowest sections, their chambers positioned to capture the full spectrum of magical energies that flowed through these formations. The artistic traditions of these settlements drew inspiration from their liminal position between worlds, creating works that captured the ever-changing interplay of magical forces that surrounded them. Painters developed techniques for layering pigments that would shift and change with the tidal cycles, creating artworks that were never quite the same from one viewing to the next. Musicians composed pieces that incorporated the natural sounds of wind and water, creating harmonies that seemed to emerge from the isthmus itself. The challenges faced by these ancient communities were as unique as their advantages. Storms that struck isthmuses carried not only physical dangers, but magical disruptions that could last for days or weeks after the weather cleared. The concentrated magical energies that made these locations so valuable for research and trade could also become overwhelming during periods of high activity, requiring residents to develop sophisticated techniques for magical shielding and energy management. The eventual decline of many ancient isthmus settlements came not from any single catastrophe, but from the gradual changes in magical practice that made their unique advantages less crucial to the broader wizarding world. As transportation magic became more sophisticated and communication networks less dependent on physical trade routes, the strategic importance of these locations diminished. Many communities adapted by focusing on their roles as centers of magical learning and research, while others gradually faded as their populations migrated to larger, more conventional magical centers. The archaeological study of these ancient settlements continues to yield insights into both the history of magical practice and the fundamental nature of threshold magic. Excavations at sites like Thalassopolis reveal evidence of magical techniques and theoretical frameworks that were lost for centuries, providing modern researchers with new perspectives on how magical energy behaves in concentrated environments. The careful documentation of architectural remains has also contributed to contemporary understanding of how to design magical structures that work in harmony with natural energy flows. The legacy of these ancient communities extends far beyond their physical remains, influencing modern magical theory and practice in ways that are still being discovered. The collaborative approaches to magical research that developed in isthmus settlements laid the groundwork for many of the international magical organizations that coordinate research and education today. The holistic understanding of magic as a force that connects all aspects of the natural world, which was central to isthmus magical philosophy, continues to influence contemporary approaches to magical education and environmental stewardship. The preservation efforts surrounding these ancient sites reflect growing recognition of their importance to magical heritage and ongoing research. Several former isthmus settlements have been designated as protected magical zones, where the unique conditions that made them important centers of magical innovation are maintained for study by future generations. These preservation efforts also ensure that the accumulated magical energies of centuries of threshold practice continue to be available for research and education. The influence of ancient isthmus settlements can be traced in the development of magical communities throughout the wizarding world, as the innovations and insights developed in these threshold environments spread to influence magical practice in more conventional locations. The emphasis on collaborative leadership, adaptive architecture, and harmonious integration with natural magical cycles that characterized these communities became models for magical settlements in many other environments. As you reflect upon these ancient communities that flourished at the boundaries between worlds, consider how their success depended not on trying to control or dominate their challenging environment, but on learning to work in harmony with the unique forces they encountered. Their legacy reminds us that some of the most significant advances in magical understanding have come from those willing to embrace the uncertainties and opportunities found at the edges of the familiar. What boundaries in your own magical practice might offer similar opportunities for growth and discovery, and how might the patience and adaptability demonstrated by these ancient threshold dwellers guide you in exploring the liminal spaces where transformation becomes possible? Chapter 3. The ley line convergences of isthmuses. Deep beneath the surface of our visible world runs an invisible network of magical energy that connects every corner of the wizarding realm. the ancient system of ley lines that carries the fundamental forces of magic across vast distances with the precision of a master weaver's threads. When these powerful conduits of energy encounter the narrow passages of magical isthmuses, something extraordinary occurs that transforms both the ley lines themselves and the land bridges they traverse, creating phenomena that represent some of the most complex and beautiful expressions of natural magic found anywhere in our world. To understand how ley lines behave when they encounter an isthmus, imagine a mighty river approaching a narrow canyon. The water that flowed broadly across open plains suddenly finds itself compressed into a confined channel, its speed increasing dramatically as the same volume of flow is forced through a much smaller space. Similarly, when the broad streams of magical energy that flow along ley lines encounter the geographical constraints of an isthmus, they become concentrated and accelerated, creating areas of intense magical activity that can be detected by sensitive instruments from miles away. The ancient magical theorists who first mapped the global network of ley lines discovered that these energy streams rarely travel in perfectly straight paths across the landscape. Instead, they follow routes determined by the deep geological structures of the earth, the presence of magical materials in the bedrock, and the accumulated effects of magical activities that have taken place over centuries. When multiple ley lines approach an isthmus from different directions, they often converge at the narrowest point of the land bridge, creating what magical cartographers call a threshold node, a location where several streams of magical energy meet, merge, and transform one another. Picture yourself standing at such a convergence point on a clear evening when the aurora borealis dances across the northern sky. Beneath your feet, invisible currents of power flow together, like tributaries joining a great river, each carrying its own distinct qualities and characteristics. A ley line that has traveled across Arctic tundra brings the crystalline clarity of winter magic, while another that has wound through ancient forests carries the deep, nurturing energy of growing things. A third line, having crossed vast stretches of ocean, pulses with the rhythmic power of tides and the mysterious depths of the sea. The meeting of these diverse magical currents at an isthmus convergence creates what experienced practitioners describe as harmonic resonance, a phenomenon where different types of magical energy begin to vibrate in sympathy with one another, creating new frequencies and patterns that exist nowhere else. This resonance effect amplifies certain types of magic while suppressing others, creating conditions that can make some spells remarkably easy to cast while rendering others nearly impossible to perform successfully. The physical landscape of an isthmus convergence bears subtle but unmistakable signs of the intense magical activity occurring beneath the surface. Plants growing directly over ley line intersections often display unusual characteristics. Leaves that shimmer with an inner light, flowers that bloom out of season, or roots that grow in perfect geometric patterns, reflecting the angular relationships between the converging energy streams. Experienced magical naturalists can map the precise paths of ley lines simply by observing these botanical indicators, reading the landscape like a vast, living diagram of invisible forces. The geological effects of ley line convergences create some of the most fascinating features found on magical isthmuses. The intense magical energies flowing through these areas often cause crystalline formations to develop in the bedrock, creating underground caverns lined with naturally occurring magical crystals that pulse with accumulated energy. These crystal chambers serve as natural reservoirs for magical power, storing energy during periods of high activity and slowly releasing it during quieter times, helping to stabilize the magical environment of the entire isthmus. Water sources located near ley line convergences develop remarkable properties that have been prized by magical practitioners for millennia. Springs that emerge at these points often produce water with enhanced magical conductivity, making it invaluable for brewing potions that require precise control of magical interactions. Some convergence springs produce water that changes its properties with the phases of the moon or the seasons, providing magical researchers with natural laboratories for studying how cosmic cycles influence terrestrial magic. The temporal aspects of ley line convergences add another layer of complexity to these already intricate systems. The intensity and character of the energy flows change throughout the day, the lunar month and the solar year, creating predictable cycles that experienced practitioners learn to anticipate and utilize. Dawn and dusk often bring periods of heightened activity, as the converging lines respond to the shifting balance between solar and lunar influences. The full moon typically marks the peak of each monthly cycle, when the convergence reaches its maximum intensity and new magical phenomena become possible. The study of convergence patterns has revealed fascinating insights into the deep structure of magical energy itself. Researchers have discovered that ley lines carry not just raw magical power, but complex information patterns that reflect the magical activities and intentions of every practitioner who has worked with that energy stream. When lines converge at an isthmus, this accumulated information combines and interacts, sometimes producing unexpected results that seem to demonstrate a form of magical memory embedded in the energy itself. The navigation of ships and flying creatures near isthmus convergences requires special knowledge and skills, as the intense magical fields can interfere with conventional magical compass systems. Experienced magical navigators learn to read the subtle signs that indicate proximity to a convergence, the way seabirds alter their flight patterns, the shimmer that appears in the air just before sunset, or the distinctive way that waves break against the shores of a magically active isthmus. Some navigators deliberately seek out these convergences, using them as reliable waypoints for long-distance travel. The construction of magical instruments and infrastructure on isthmus convergences must take into account the complex energy flows that characterize these locations. Buildings erected over convergence points require special architectural techniques to channel and control the magical forces flowing beneath them. Foundation stones must be selected and placed with precise attention to their magical properties, and the overall design must create harmony rather than interference with the natural energy patterns. The seasonal variations in convergence activity create opportunities for different types of magical work throughout the year. Spring convergences often favor growth and transformation magic, as the ley lines carry the ascending energy of the awakening earth. Summer brings peak activity that enhances all forms of active magic, making it the ideal time for major magical undertakings. Autumn convergences develop special resonance with preservation and protection magic, while winter activity tends to support divination and deep magical research. The interaction between ley line convergences and weather patterns creates some of the most spectacular magical phenomena visible to ordinary observation. Storms that pass over convergence points often develop unusual characteristics: lightning that strikes in geometric patterns, clouds that form perfect spirals, or precipitation that carries trace amounts of magical energy. These magical storms can deposit beneficial residues that enhance the magical properties of the landscape for months after the weather has passed. The study of convergence harmonics has led to advances in magical theory that extend far beyond the isthmuses themselves. Understanding how different types of magical energy interact and influence one another at convergence points has improved techniques for combining different magical disciplines, enhanced the effectiveness of collaborative spellcasting, and provided insights into the fundamental unity underlying all magical phenomena. The protective effects of convergence points make them naturally resistant to many forms of dark magic, as the complex interplay of different energy streams creates a kind of magical immune system that actively counters hostile influences. This natural defense has made isthmus convergences popular locations for the establishment of magical sanctuaries and places of healing, where the harmonious energy flows support recovery and restoration. The acoustic properties of convergence points reflect their complex energy patterns in fascinating ways. Sounds made at these locations often acquire unusual qualities: voices that carry farther than should be physically possible, musical instruments that produce harmonics not found elsewhere, or natural sounds that seem to echo with mathematical precision. Some magical musicians have composed pieces specifically designed to be performed at convergence points, where the natural amplification and harmonic enhancement create effects impossible to achieve in conventional concert venues. The ecological impact of ley line convergences extends throughout the surrounding environment, creating biodiversity hotspots where unusual species thrive in the enhanced magical conditions. These convergence ecosystems often serve as refuges for magical creatures that require high levels of ambient magical energy to survive, making them important conservation areas for maintaining the diversity of magical life. The influence of convergence points on human consciousness and magical ability has been documented by researchers studying the long-term effects of living near these intense energy sources. Residents of Isthmus convergence areas often develop enhanced magical sensitivity and unusual abilities related to energy perception and manipulation. Children born and raised in these environments frequently display magical talents that reflect the specific characteristics of their local convergence, creating distinctive regional traditions of magical practice. The maintenance and protection of convergence points has become an important responsibility for the magical community, as these locations represent irreplaceable resources for magical research and practice. International magical organizations work together to monitor convergence activity, ensuring that the natural balance of these systems remains undisturbed by inappropriate magical interference or environmental damage. As you contemplate the elegant complexity of these convergent systems, where streams of ancient power meet and dance together in patterns of exquisite mathematical beauty, consider how the most powerful effects often emerge, not from single sources of strength, but from the harmonious combination of diverse forces working in concert. What seemingly separate aspects of your own magical development might benefit from being brought into greater harmony with one another, and how might the patient observation of natural convergence patterns guide you toward discovering the hidden connections that unite your various talents and interests? Chapter 4. Tidal Magic and Lunar Influences. In the gentle rhythm of waves advancing and retreating across the shores of magical isthmuses, we find one of nature's most profound demonstrations of how celestial forces shape the magical energies of our earthbound realm. The ancient dance between moon and sea creates patterns of power that ebb and flow with clockwork precision, transforming these narrow land bridges into instruments that pulse with the heartbeat of the cosmos itself, their magical properties rising and falling in harmony with forces that span the vast distances between earth and sky. Imagine yourself sitting on the weathered stones of an ancient pier, watching as the evening tide begins its slow advance across the mudflats surrounding your isthmus sanctuary. The moon, hanging like a silver medallion in the darkening sky, exerts its invisible influence across the millions of miles that separate it from the waters below. As the sea responds to this celestial call, rising to embrace the shores with renewed energy, you can feel the magical properties of the land bridge beneath you stirring to life, awakening from the quieter rhythms of low tide to enter a period of enhanced power and possibility. The relationship between lunar phases and isthmus magic follows patterns that have been observed and documented by magical researchers for thousands of years, yet each observation reveals new subtleties in this cosmic choreography. During the new moon, when our celestial companion presents only its darkest face to Earth, the magical energies of isthmuses enter a period of deep introspection, perfect for divination work and the casting of spells that require profound insight into hidden truths. The absence of strong lunar illumination allows the more subtle magical influences to emerge, creating conditions ideal for detecting faint energy patterns that might be overwhelmed during brighter lunar phases. As the moon waxes toward fullness, the magical potential of isthmus formations grows correspondingly stronger, building like the sustained note of a vast invisible orchestra. Each night brings increased intensity, and practitioners who work regularly with tidal magic learn to sense the approaching peak of power that coincides with the full moon's arrival. The 3 nights surrounding the full moon, the night before, the night of fullness, and the night after, form what magical theorists call the Trinity of maximum potential. When the most ambitious magical undertakings become possible on these threshold formations, the waning moon period brings its own unique opportunities for Isthmus magic, as the gradually diminishing lunar influence creates ideal conditions for banishing work, protective magic, and spells designed to release or transform negative influences. Many magical practitioners consider the dark of the moon, those final nights before the new moon's arrival, to be particularly powerful for cleansing and purification rituals performed on these water-embraced lands. The timing of tidal cycles adds another layer of complexity to this celestial choreography, as the twice-daily rhythm of rising and falling waters creates 4 distinct magical periods within each day. The advancing tide, when waters flow toward and around the isthmus, brings what practitioners call gathering energy, a period when magical forces accumulate and intensify, making it an ideal time for spells that require building power or drawing influences from distant sources. High tide represents the peak of daily magical potential. When the isthmus reaches its maximum saturation with water-carried energy, the retreating tide creates very different magical conditions, as the receding waters carry away accumulated magical residues, while revealing aspects of the isthmus that remain hidden during high water periods. This revealing energy makes the ebbing tide perfect for divination work, archaeological magic, and spells designed to uncover hidden knowledge or concealed objects. Low tide represents a period of clarity and focus, when the magical practitioner can work with the pure, concentrated energies of the land bridge itself, unmediated by the complex influences that water brings. The speed of tidal change varies significantly depending on the geographical characteristics of each isthmus, creating what magical researchers call tidal signatures, unique patterns of energy fluctuation that give each formation its distinct magical personality. Isthmuses with steep approaches experience rapid tidal changes that create sudden dramatic shifts in magical intensity, perfect for quick transformations and emergency magic. Formations surrounded by gentle, sloping shores experience gradual tidal changes that support sustained magical work and long-term enchantments. The temperature of tidal waters plays a crucial role in determining the character of the magical energies they carry to isthmus shores. Cold Arctic waters bring crystalline clarity and exceptional focus to magical work, enhancing precision in spellcasting and creating ideal conditions for academic magical research. Warm tropical tides carry energies associated with growth, healing, and emotional magic, making them particularly valuable for therapeutic applications and relationship enchantments. The salinity of the waters surrounding an isthmus affects the conductivity of magical energy in ways that experienced practitioners learn to recognize and utilize. Highly saline waters, common around isthmuses in arid regions, create exceptional conductivity that amplifies magical effects, but requires careful control to prevent overwhelming sensitive practitioners. Fresher waters, found where rivers meet the sea near isthmus formations, provide gentler conductivity that supports learning and experimentation by novice magical practitioners. The interaction between lunar light and tidal waters creates some of the most beautiful and magically significant phenomena observable on isthmuses. Moonlight reflecting off moving water generates what magical theorists call liquid illumination, patterns of light that carry concentrated lunar energy directly to the shores of the land bridge. These dancing reflections are more than merely beautiful. They represent visible manifestations of the energy transfer between celestial and terrestrial magical systems. The magnetic properties of lunar influence interact with the natural magnetic fields of isthmus formations in ways that affect both navigation and magical practice. Compass readings taken during different lunar phases can vary significantly, and experienced magical navigators learn to compensate for these variations when planning journeys that involve isthmus crossings. Some practitioners use these magnetic fluctuations as indicators of optimal timing for different types of magical work. The biological responses of magical creatures to lunar tidal cycles provide another window into understanding these complex relationships. Magical marine life often exhibits behaviors synchronized with both lunar phases and tidal movements, creating predictable patterns that islanders learn to observe for information about changing magical conditions. The songs of selkies become more complex during spring tides, while phoenix sightings increase dramatically during the 3 nights of the full moon. The cultivation of magical plants on isthmuses must take into account both tidal flooding and lunar influences, as many species have evolved to coordinate their growth and reproduction cycles with these celestial rhythms. The famous lunar kelp, which grows only in the tidal pools of magical isthmuses, releases its spores exclusively during the highest tides of the full moon, creating spectacular displays of bioluminescence that can be seen for miles across the surrounding waters. The architecture of tidal responsive buildings on isthmuses represents one of the most sophisticated applications of magical engineering, as these structures must adapt to dramatic changes in their magical environment twice each day. Advanced examples include libraries with reading rooms that change their lighting properties with the tides, workshops where tool effectiveness varies with lunar phases, and observatories designed to take advantage of the enhanced magical perception that occurs during specific tidal-lunar combinations. The development of tidal calendars for magical practice has become an essential tool for practitioners working on isthmuses, as the optimal timing for different types of magic depends on the complex interaction between lunar phase, tidal state, and seasonal position. These calendars, often passed down through generations of isthmus-dwelling magical families, contain detailed information about the most favorable conditions for everything from potion brewing to major life transitions. The preservation of tidal magical traditions faces challenges in our modern era, as many of the subtle skills required for working with these natural rhythms require years of patient observation and practice to develop. Elder practitioners work to pass on their knowledge to younger generations, teaching them to read the signs that indicate changing magical conditions and to develop the sensitivity necessary for working effectively with tidal lunar magic. The scientific study of tidal magic has revealed connections between lunar influence and magical energy that extend far beyond the obvious effects on water movement. Researchers have discovered that the gravitational forces responsible for tides also affect the flow of magical energy through ley lines, creating systematic variations in magical potential that follow lunar cycles. This research has practical applications for magical practitioners worldwide, not just those working on isthmuses. The therapeutic applications of tidal lunar magic have found particular success in treating conditions related to emotional balance and psychological well-being. The regular rhythms of tidal energy appear to have harmonizing effects on human magical systems, and specialized healing centers on isthmuses offer treatments that coordinate therapeutic interventions with optimal tidal lunar conditions. The environmental protection of isthmus tidal zones has become increasingly important as magical researchers recognize the irreplaceable value of these natural laboratories for studying cosmic terrestrial magical interactions. International agreements now protect many of the most significant tidal magical sites from development and pollution that could interfere with their delicate energy patterns. The meditation practices that have evolved around tidal lunar rhythms offer profound insights into the interconnected nature of all magical phenomena. Practitioners who spend time synchronizing their awareness with these natural cycles often report enhanced sensitivity to subtle energy patterns and improved ability to work with magical forces in other environments as well. As you reflect on this ancient partnership between celestial movements and earthly waters, consider how the most powerful magical effects often emerge from patient attention to natural rhythms, rather than attempts to force immediate results through raw power alone. What cycles and rhythms in your own magical practice might benefit from the kind of patient observation and gentle synchronization that tidal lunar magic demonstrates, and how might learning to work with rather than against these natural patterns enhance both the effectiveness and the sustainability of your magical development? Chapter 5. Flora and Fauna of Magical Land Bridges. Along the wind-swept shores and salt-touched meadows of magical isthmuses, Life has evolved in extraordinary ways, shaped by the unique combination of concentrated magical energies, tidal rhythms, and the constant interplay between terrestrial and marine influences. These narrow bridges between worlds have become sanctuaries for some of the most remarkable magical creatures and plants found anywhere in our realm. Species that have adapted not merely to survive in these challenging environments, but to thrive by drawing strength from the very forces that make isthmuses such powerful magical formations. Picture yourself walking along a moonlit path that winds through the heart of an ancient isthmus, where the boundary between land and sea seems to shift with each breath of wind. On either side of the narrow trail, you encounter gardens unlike any found in conventional magical landscapes, communities of plants and creatures that exist nowhere else. Their very existence, a testament to the creative power of magic when it flows freely through the natural world. Here, evolution has followed pathways that lead not to mere survival, but to magnificent expressions of magical possibility. The flora of magical isthmuses displays adaptations that reflect both the practical challenges and the extraordinary opportunities these environments provide. The tidal rose, perhaps the most famous of isthmus plants, has developed the remarkable ability to close its petals during high tide, creating watertight chambers that protect its reproductive organs from salt water, while simultaneously collecting and concentrating the magical energies carried by the advancing waves. When the tide recedes, these roses open to reveal petals that glow with accumulated power, their luminescence visible for miles across the surrounding waters. The ancient threshold oaks that grow at the narrowest points of many isthmuses represent some of the most magically significant trees in the wizarding world. These magnificent specimens develop root systems that extend beneath the channels on both sides of the land bridge, creating living connections between the different magical territories the isthmus links. The leaves of threshold oaks change color not with the seasons, but with the flow of magical energy through the ley lines beneath them, serving as natural indicators of the isthmus's magical state for those who know how to read their subtle transformations. The keeper vines that trail their luminous tendrils through the tidal pools of isthmus shores have evolved a symbiotic relationship with the magical energies of these formations that borders on consciousness. These remarkable plants seem to respond to the emotional states of visiting magical practitioners, glowing more brightly in the presence of positive intentions, while dimming or even retracting when they sense hostile magic. Some researchers believe that keeper vines may actually possess a form of collective intelligence, sharing information about magical activities across the entire network of plants that inhabit a given isthmus. The fauna of magical isthmuses includes creatures that have developed abilities unknown in their mainland cousins, adaptations that allow them to take full advantage of the concentrated magical environment. The prism seals that inhabit the waters around these formations have evolved the ability to refract magical energy through their translucent whiskers, creating spectacular displays of colored light that serve both as communication signals and as a form of magical echolocation that allows them to navigate the complex energy currents surrounding isthmuses. The bridge foxes that make their homes on isthmus meadows display one of the most remarkable magical adaptations found in terrestrial mammals. These elegant creatures can phase partially between the magical energies of the different territories connected by their isthmus home, allowing them to access prey and escape predators by temporarily existing in the magical space between spaces that characterizes threshold environments. Their fur changes color to reflect the dominant magical influences of whichever side of the isthmus they currently inhabit, creating camouflage that works on both visual and magical levels. The aerial fauna of isthmuses includes species that have evolved to take advantage of the unique wind patterns and magical currents that characterize these formations. The compass terns that nest on isthmus cliffs have developed an innate ability to sense magnetic and magical field variations, making them invaluable guides for magical navigators attempting to cross dangerous waters. These birds can detect approaching magical storms hours before conventional instruments register any disturbance, and their flight patterns provide experienced observers with detailed information about changing magical conditions. The microscopic life forms that inhabit isthmus environments play crucial roles in maintaining the magical balance of these formations, though their contributions often go unnoticed by casual observers. The luminous algae that bloom in tidal pools during certain lunar phases create bioluminescent displays that serve as natural magical amplifiers, concentrating and redirecting ambient magical energy in ways that benefit the entire ecosystem. These algae blooms are so reliable that many isthmus communities use them as natural calendars for timing important magical activities. The interdependence between isthmus flora and fauna creates ecological webs of extraordinary complexity and beauty. The nectar produced by threshold roses provides essential nutrition for the bridge butterflies, whose migration patterns help pollinate magical plants across multiple isthmus formations. In return, the butterfly's wings carry spores and seeds between distant magical islands, ensuring genetic diversity in isolated plant populations and facilitating the spread of beneficial magical adaptations. The seasonal cycles that govern isthmus ecosystems differ significantly from those found in conventional magical environments, as the creatures and plants of these formations respond not only to solar and lunar influences, but also to the complex magical rhythms that characterize threshold zones. Spring on an isthmus brings not just warming temperatures and longer days, but also increased magical activity that triggers remarkable transformations throughout the ecosystem. Plants that appeared dormant suddenly burst into bloom, while creatures emerge from hidden refuges to take advantage of the heightened magical conditions. The conservation challenges facing isthmus ecosystems require approaches that take into account both conventional ecological principles and the unique magical requirements of threshold species. Many isthmus creatures and plants cannot survive transplantation to other environments, as they have become completely dependent on the specific magical conditions found only on these formations. This has led to the development of specialized conservation techniques that focus on protecting entire isthmus systems rather than attempting to preserve individual species in isolation. The study of isthmus biodiversity has revealed fundamental insights into how magical energy influences evolutionary processes, providing researchers with natural laboratories for understanding the deep connections between magic and life. Observations of how creatures adapt to changing magical conditions have informed theoretical frameworks for understanding magical evolution that apply far beyond isthmus environments, contributing to advances in magical biology and creature care throughout the wizarding world. The domestication and cultivation efforts focused on isthmus species have met with varying degrees of success, as many of these remarkable organisms resist adaptation to conventional magical environments. However, some species have been successfully integrated into magical agriculture and creature husbandry, bringing unique capabilities that enhance magical practice in other settings. The cultivation of threshold oak groves in magical research centers, for example, has created powerful tools for studying energy flow patterns and magical field interactions. The medicinal applications of isthmus flora and fauna have provided magical healers with resources for treating conditions that prove resistant to conventional magical remedies. The concentrated magical energies that these organisms carry in their tissues often possess healing properties that are particularly effective for magical maladies, conditions where the patient's magical energy systems have become imbalanced or damaged. Several important healing potions rely on ingredients that can only be ethically harvested from isthmus ecosystems. The behavioral studies of isthmus fauna have revealed remarkable examples of magical intelligence and social cooperation that challenge conventional understanding of creature consciousness. The pod behaviors of prism seals, for instance, suggest forms of magical communication that may represent genuine language, while the territorial arrangements of bridge fox families appear to follow principles that take into account not just physical resources, but also access to optimal magical energies. The artistic inspiration derived from isthmus biodiversity has influenced magical art and literature for centuries, as the otherworldly beauty of these creatures and plants captures imaginations in ways that conventional magical life rarely achieves. The iridescent patterns of bridge butterfly wings have inspired countless decorative magical items, while the haunting songs of creatures like the Tidal wrens have been incorporated into musical compositions that attempt to capture the essence of threshold magic. The agricultural innovations developed for working with Isthmus ecosystems have created new approaches to magical farming that emphasize harmony with natural magical cycles, rather than attempts to impose artificial control over magical environments. These techniques have proven valuable for magical agriculture and other specialized environments, contributing to more sustainable and effective approaches to magical food production. The ecological restoration efforts undertaken on damaged isthmuses have demonstrated the remarkable resilience of magical ecosystems when given appropriate support and protection. Even severely degraded formations can recover their magical biodiversity when restoration efforts take into account the complex relationships between magical energy flows and biological communities. These success stories provide hope for conservation efforts in other threatened magical environments. The citizen science programs that engage local magical communities in monitoring isthmus biodiversity have created valuable databases of information about how these ecosystems respond to environmental changes and magical influences. These collaborative efforts between professional researchers and isthmus residents have enhanced understanding of long-term ecosystem dynamics, while creating stronger connections between magical communities and the remarkable environments they inhabit. As you contemplate the intricate web of relationships that connects every living thing on these magical land bridges, consider how the most successful adaptations often emerge, not from competition and conflict, but from finding ways to work in harmony with the forces and fellow creatures that share the same environment. What opportunities for beneficial adaptation and cooperation might exist in your own magical practice, and how might the patient observation of natural partnerships guide you toward discovering new ways to thrive within the communities and environments where your own magical journey unfolds. Chapter 6. Weather Magic and Atmospheric Phenomena. Above the narrow strips of land that bridge the waters between distant shores, the sky itself becomes a canvas upon which the concentrated magical energies of isthmuses paint some of nature's most spectacular and mysterious atmospheric displays. The unique geographical position of these formations, surrounded by water yet connected to land, creates meteorological conditions unlike those found anywhere else in the magical world, where the marriage of terrestrial and marine influences gives birth to weather patterns that seem to follow rules written by the very forces of magic itself. Imagine standing on the highest point of an ancient isthmus as dawn breaks across the surrounding waters, watching as mist rises from the warm sea to meet the cooler air above the land bridge. In this liminal moment between night and day, between sea and sky, you witness the birth of weather that carries within it the concentrated magical essence of the threshold zone below. The fog that forms here is not merely water vapor, but a visible manifestation of the magical energies that flow between the different realms connected by this narrow passage of earth. The formation of clouds above magical isthmuses follows patterns that have fascinated meteorological wizards for centuries, as the concentrated magical fields rising from these formations influence atmospheric conditions in ways that create entirely new categories of weather phenomena. The threshold clouds that develop over active isthmus formations display characteristics that exist nowhere else in nature, layers of vapor that seem to rotate in opposing directions, creating spiral patterns that mirror the energy vortices below, while maintaining perfect stability despite apparent contradictions in their internal structure. The wind patterns that develop around magical isthmuses create some of the most complex and beautiful examples of atmospheric magic found anywhere in the wizarding world. The narrow geography of these formations forces air masses from different directions to converge and interact in confined spaces, while the magical energies rising from below add their own influences to these already complex systems. The result is the development of microclimates that can change dramatically within distances of just a few hundred yards, creating corridors where winter winds meet summer breezes, where Arctic air dances with tropical warmth. The famous serpentine winds that characterize many magical isthmuses provide dramatic examples of how magical energy can influence atmospheric behavior. These remarkable phenomena appear as visible streams of air that twist and spiral above the land bridge, their paths made visible by the way they bend light and carry traces of luminescent magical particles. Experienced weather workers can read the patterns of serpentine winds like a language, interpreting their movements to predict changes in magical conditions, hours or even days in advance. The precipitation that falls on magical isthmuses often carries properties that reflect the concentrated magical energies of these formations. The silvery rains that occur during periods of high magical activity contain trace amounts of liquid magical energy that can be collected and used in potions requiring exceptionally pure magical water. Some isthmus communities have developed elaborate collection systems for gathering these magical precipitations, storing them in specially designed reservoirs that preserve their enhanced properties for months or even years. The electrical phenomena associated with isthmus weather patterns create some of the most visually stunning displays in all of magical meteorology. The aurora bridges that appear above certain isthmuses during periods of high atmospheric magical activity stretch across the sky like luminous pathways, their colors shifting and dancing in patterns that seem to mirror the energy flows occurring far below. These aerial light shows are more than merely beautiful. They represent visible manifestations of the connections between terrestrial and cosmic magical forces. The temperature variations that occur within isthmus weather systems often defy conventional meteorological understanding, as magical influences can create thermal anomalies that persist for hours or days, despite the absence of any apparent physical cause. Thermal veils, areas where the air temperature differs dramatically from surrounding zones, can create invisible barriers that flying creatures learn to navigate, or corridors of warmth that provide refuge during harsh weather conditions. The seasonal weather patterns of magical isthmuses reflect the complex interplay between conventional meteorological forces and the unique magical characteristics of these formations. Spring brings the awakening winds, gentle breezes that carry the magical essence of new growth and renewal from awakening lands to distant shores. Summer sees the development of the great convections, massive atmospheric currents that carry magical energy between different climate zones, helping to maintain the global balance of magical weather systems. Autumn weather on isthmuses often features the spectacular phenomenon known as the harvest gales, winds that seem to carry with them the essence of changing seasons, their passage marked by sudden shifts in the color of light and the quality of air. These autumn winds play crucial roles in the life cycles of many isthmus creatures and plants, triggering migrations, dormancy periods, and reproductive cycles that depend on the specific magical signatures these seasonal winds carry. Winter brings its own unique atmospheric magic to isthmus formations, as the combination of cold air masses and concentrated magical energy creates conditions perfect for the formation of ice crystals that exist nowhere else in nature. These threshold crystals form complex geometric patterns that reflect the energy structures of the isthmus below, creating temporary sculptures of ice that serve as three-dimensional maps of the magical forces at work in the formation. The barometric variations that characterize isthmus weather systems provide experienced practitioners with valuable information about changing magical conditions, as atmospheric pressure changes often precede shifts in magical energy patterns by several hours. The development of magical barometers, specifically designed to monitor isthmus weather, has created tools that allow weather workers to predict not just conventional atmospheric changes, but fluctuations in magical activity as well. The interaction between lunar influences and isthmus weather creates predictable patterns that skilled meteorological wizards learn to anticipate and utilize. Full moon periods often bring the clear sight winds, atmospheric conditions that enhance visibility and magical perception across vast distances. New moon periods typically feature the veiling mists, gentle fogs that provide natural concealment while enhancing the effectiveness of divination and scrying work. The study of isthmus weather patterns has revealed fundamental principles about the relationship between magical energy and atmospheric conditions, that have applications far beyond these unique formations. Understanding how concentrated magical fields influence cloud formation, precipitation, and wind patterns has improved weather prediction throughout the magical world, while also contributing to advances in weather-working magic that can be applied in many different environments. The preservation of natural weather patterns on magical isthmuses has become an important concern for magical meteorologists, as human activities and magical practices can disrupt the delicate atmospheric balance that creates these remarkable phenomena. International agreements now protect many significant isthmus weather systems from magical interference that could damage their natural patterns or reduce their atmospheric magical activity. The agricultural applications of isthmus weather magic have created specialized farming techniques that take advantage of the unique atmospheric conditions these formations provide. Crops grown in the fluctuating microclimates of isthmuses often develop enhanced magical properties, while the concentrated magical moisture available in isthmus precipitation creates ideal conditions for growing rare magical plants that require very specific atmospheric conditions. The navigation applications of isthmus weather phenomena have made these formations valuable waypoints for magical travelers, as the distinctive atmospheric signatures of different isthmuses can be detected from great distances by those who know what to look for. The unique wind patterns, cloud formations, and atmospheric magical emanations create natural beacons that skilled navigators can use to locate these formations even in conditions of poor visibility. The therapeutic uses of isthmus weather magic have found particular application in treating respiratory conditions and magical ailments that affect the body's energy circulation systems. The enhanced magical content of isthmus air appears to have beneficial effects on magical breathing techniques, while the negative ion concentrations common in isthmus atmospheres support healing processes in ways that conventional magical medicine cannot fully replicate. The architectural adaptations necessary for building in isthmus weather environments have led to innovations in magical construction that take advantage of rather than merely withstand the unique atmospheric conditions. Buildings designed to work with serpentine winds can actually draw power from these phenomena, while structures that incorporate weather-responsive materials can adapt to changing atmospheric magical conditions automatically. The artistic inspiration drawn from isthmus weather phenomena has influenced magical art forms in ways that extend far beyond simple representation of these beautiful atmospheric displays. The temporal arts, music and dance that unfold in time, have found particular resonance with the dynamic, ever-changing nature of isthmus weather, creating performances that attempt to capture not just the visual beauty, but the magical essence of these atmospheric phenomena. The research applications of isthmus weather studies have contributed to fundamental advances in understanding the connections between atmospheric conditions and magical energy flow, providing insights that have improved everything from weather prediction to magical energy management and large-scale magical undertakings. The natural laboratories provided by isthmus formations continue to yield new discoveries about the deep relationships between atmospheric and magical phenomena. As you reflect upon these remarkable displays of atmospheric magic, where the very air itself becomes a medium for expressing the concentrated power and beauty of threshold magic, consider how the most spectacular effects often emerge from the patient accumulation and careful orchestration of seemingly simple forces working together over time. What atmospheric conditions in your own magical environment might you learn to read more carefully, and how might developing greater sensitivity to the subtle changes in the magical climate around you enhance your ability to choose optimal timing and conditions for your most important magical work? Chapter 7. Protective Enchantments and Natural Barriers. Throughout the long and often turbulent history of the wizarding world, those who possessed the wisdom to recognize the defensive potential of magical isthmuses discovered that these narrow bridges between territories offered unparalleled opportunities for creating protective barriers that combined the best aspects of artificial enchantment with the enduring power of natural magical phenomena. The unique geography of these formations, surrounded by water yet maintaining crucial land connections, provided defensive advantages that could transform a vulnerable passage into an impregnable fortress when properly understood and enhanced through skilled magical practice. Envision yourself approaching one of the great fortress isthmuses of antiquity, where generations of defensive specialists have layered their protective magic upon the natural barriers provided by geography and magical energy. The waters that surround the narrow land bridge shimmer with more than reflected sunlight. They pulse with the accumulated power of countless protective enchantments, woven into the very fabric of the formation over centuries of careful magical work. Here, the boundary between natural defense and artificial protection has become so thoroughly blurred that even experienced magical theorists cannot determine where geography ends and enchantment begins. The natural defensive advantages of magical isthmuses begin with their geographical configuration, as any force seeking to control these formations must approach across water or along the narrow confines of the land bridge itself. This limitation of approach routes creates what military magical theorists call forced convergence zones, areas where attacking forces must concentrate into predictable patterns that defenders can anticipate and counter. The surrounding waters provide natural obstacles that slow enemy movement, while offering defenders multiple opportunities to detect and respond to approaching threats. The magical energies that flow through isthmus formations create inherent defensive properties that exist even without deliberate enchantment. The concentrated magical fields that characterize these locations naturally interfere with many forms of hostile magic, creating what researchers term ambient counterspelling effects. Dark magic cast toward an active isthmus often finds its power dissipated or redirected by the complex energy patterns flowing through the formation, while beneficial protective magic receives natural amplification from the same forces. The development of artificial protective enchantments on magical isthmuses represents some of the most sophisticated defensive magic ever created, as skilled enchanters learn to work with rather than against the natural magical properties of these formations. The famous Aegis of Thalassopolis, created during the height of ancient magical civilization, demonstrated how protective magic could be woven into the fundamental structure of an isthmus to create defenses that drew their power from the same sources that sustained the formation itself. The layered defense systems that characterize the most successful isthmus fortifications typically begin with outer perimeters established far from the land bridge itself, using the surrounding waters as platforms for early warning enchantments and initial defensive barriers. Scrying networks embedded in the sea floor can detect approaching vessels or swimming creatures from great distances, while water-based illusion magic can mislead enemies about the true location or nature of the defensive installation. The approaches to fortified isthmuses often feature carefully crafted navigational hazards that combine natural oceanic dangers with magical enhancements designed to discourage unwanted visitors while allowing safe passage for authorized travelers. False channels that appear navigable but lead to hidden reefs, phantom islands that vanish when approached, and tide magic that can suddenly alter water depths create a maze of hazards that only those with proper knowledge can safely navigate. The shoreline defenses of protected isthmuses take advantage of the unique tidal properties of these formations to create barriers that change their configuration twice daily. Tidal gates that rise from the sea floor during low tide to block harbor entrances, defensive walls that become submerged during high tide to allow friendly vessels to pass while remaining invisible to distant observers, and amphibious defensive positions that can operate effectively both above and below the waterline, create flexible defensive systems that adapt to changing conditions. The central defensive positions on fortified isthmuses typically occupy the narrowest sections of the land bridge, where the geographical constraints create natural choke points that can be held by relatively small forces against much larger attacking armies. These positions often feature towers or fortresses built using stones quarried from both ends of the isthmus, creating structures that embody the unifying properties of the formation, while providing commanding views of all approach routes. The integration of natural magical phenomena into defensive systems create some of the most effective and enduring protective enchantments found anywhere in the wizarding world. Weather-working magic that can summon defensive storms, aurora magic that can create blinding light barriers, and tidal magic that can flood approach routes on command, provide defenders with powerful tools that require no external magical energy sources, drawing instead on the natural forces that sustain the isthmus itself. The communication systems that connect different defensive positions within isthmus fortifications often utilize the unique magical properties of these formations to create networks that are both faster and more secure than conventional magical communication methods. Message crystals embedded in the bedrock of the isthmus can carry information along ley lines with remarkable speed, while the natural magical interference generated by the formation provides protection against magical eavesdropping by hostile forces. The supply and logistics challenges faced by isthmus defenders require innovative solutions that take advantage of the formation's connection to both terrestrial and marine resources. Underground storage chambers carved into the magical bedrock of the isthmus can preserve food and materials for extended periods, while the surrounding waters provide access to marine resources that can sustain defenders during prolonged sieges. The magical preservation properties of many isthmus formations allow supplies to be stored for years without deterioration. The psychological aspects of isthmus defense often prove as important as the physical and magical barriers, as the unique environment of these formations can be used to create atmospheric effects that demoralize attackers while inspiring defenders. The natural tendency of isthmuses to create feelings of liminality and threshold awareness can be enhanced through carefully applied enchantments that make enemies feel disoriented and uncertain, while helping defenders maintain clarity of purpose and unity of action. The historical evolution of isthmus defensive techniques reflects changing understanding of both magical theory and military strategy, as each generation of defenders built upon the lessons learned by their predecessors while adapting to new threats and opportunities. The great defensive treatises that document these evolutionary developments provide valuable insights into both the specific techniques of isthmus fortification and the broader principles of magical defense that apply in many different contexts. The maintenance of isthmus defensive systems requires specialized knowledge and techniques, as the complex interaction between artificial enchantments and natural magical phenomena creates maintenance challenges that exist nowhere else in defensive magic. Enchantment specialists who work on these systems must understand not only the artificial magic they are maintaining, but also the natural rhythms and patterns of the isthmus itself, ensuring that defensive magic remains in harmony with the formation's inherent properties. The peacetime applications of isthmus defensive techniques have contributed to advances in protective magic that benefit magical communities throughout the wizarding world. The principles developed for creating adaptive barriers that respond to changing conditions have improved ward design in many contexts, while the techniques for integrating artificial and natural magic have applications in everything from agricultural protection to wildlife conservation. The diplomatic implications of isthmus fortifications often extend far beyond their immediate defensive purposes, as control of these strategic formations frequently influences political relationships between different magical territories. The treaties and agreements that govern access to fortified isthmuses must balance legitimate defensive needs with the commercial and social requirements of communities that depend on these formations for transportation and trade. The educational value of studying historical isthmus defenses provides magical students with practical lessons in both defensive theory and the integration of different magical disciplines. The complex systems that characterize these installations demonstrate how effective magical defense requires not just powerful individual spells, but careful coordination between multiple types of magic working together toward common goals. The technological innovations that have emerged from isthmus defensive research include advances in magical materials, science, enchantment theory, and the practical applications of environmental magic. The development of materials that can withstand both magical attack and the harsh conditions of marine environments has found applications in many other areas of magical technology. while the techniques for creating self-sustaining enchantment systems have improved magical infrastructure throughout the wizarding world. The environmental considerations involved in Isthmus fortification require careful balance between defensive effectiveness and ecological preservation, as the magical ecosystems of these formations are often delicate and irreplaceable. Modern defensive installations increasingly incorporate environmental protection into their design, creating defensive systems that actually enhance rather than damage the natural magical properties of their isthmus homes. The cultural significance of isthmus fortifications extends beyond their military importance, as these installations often become symbols of community identity and cultural continuity for the populations they protect. The architectural traditions that develop around isthmus defense create distinctive styles that reflect both the practical requirements of defensive magic and the aesthetic values of the communities that build and maintain these remarkable installations. The research applications of isthmus defensive magic continue to yield insights into fundamental questions about the relationship between magical energy and protective enchantment, providing natural laboratories for studying how different types of magic interact under stress conditions. These insights contribute to theoretical advances that improve magical defense in many different contexts, while deepening understanding of magical phenomena in general. As you contemplate these remarkable examples of how wisdom and preparation can transform apparent vulnerability into unassailable strength, consider how the most effective defenses often emerge not from building walls against the world, but from learning to work so skillfully with natural forces that protection becomes an expression of harmony rather than opposition. What natural strengths and advantages in your own magical practice might you learn to recognize and enhance, and how might the patient cultivation of these inherent gifts provide you with forms of protection that no external force could overcome or destroy? Chapter 8. Trade Routes and Magical Commerce. In the grand tapestry of wizarding commerce that has connected magical communities across vast distances for millennia, no formations have played a more crucial role than the narrow bridges of land that span the waters between distant shores, transforming what might have been insurmountable barriers into vital arteries of trade that carry not merely goods and gold, but knowledge, culture, and the very essence of magical innovation from one corner of our world to another. These strategic passages have shaped the flow of magical commerce in ways that continue to influence the economic structures of the wizarding world today. Picture yourself standing in the harbor of an ancient trading post built upon one of the great commercial isthmuses, watching as merchant vessels from distant lands converge upon this narrow slip of earth that serves as the crucial link between vast magical territories. The air itself seems to vibrate with the energy of commerce. The shouts of traders conducting business in a dozen different magical languages, the flash of currency changing hands, the shimmer of transportation magic as goods are moved between ships and warehouses, and underlying it all, the steady pulse of the concentrated magical energies that make this narrow passage one of the most economically valuable pieces of real estate in the entire wizarding world. The strategic importance of magical isthmuses in ancient trade networks arose from their unique position as natural choke points, where commerce between distant regions was forced to converge. Before the development of sophisticated long-distance transportation magic, merchants traveling between major magical territories had few alternatives to the land routes provided by these narrow formations. This geographical necessity transformed modest isthmus settlements into bustling commercial centers, where traders from across the known magical world gathered to exchange goods, information, and magical innovations. The development of isthmus trading posts required innovations in both magical and conventional infrastructure that pushed the boundaries of what was possible with the magical technology of earlier eras. Harbors had to be carved from solid rock using earth-shaping magic, while warehouse complexes needed to accommodate the storage requirements of merchants who might spend weeks or months waiting for favorable weather conditions or the arrival of connecting vessels. The magical preservation systems developed for these installations became models for food storage and goods preservation throughout the magical world. The currency exchange systems that evolved at major isthmus trading centers created some of the first truly international magical financial institutions, as merchants from different magical territories brought their various forms of currency to these neutral meeting grounds. The famous goblin banking houses that established branches at several major Isthmus ports developed standardized exchange rates and credit systems that facilitated trade across vast distances while minimizing the risks associated with carrying large amounts of valuable materials through dangerous territories. The specialized magical services that emerged to support Isthmus commerce created entirely new categories of magical profession, as the unique challenges and opportunities of these trading centers required skills and knowledge that existed nowhere else in the magical world. Weather workers who could predict and sometimes influence the atmospheric conditions that affected shipping schedules became invaluable members of trading communities, while translation specialists who could facilitate communication between merchants speaking different magical languages found ready employment in the cosmopolitan atmosphere of these international commercial centers. The types of goods that flowed through Isthmus trading networks reflected both the practical necessities of magical life and the exotic luxuries that became accessible only through long-distance trade. Magical materials that could be found in only specific geographical regions, rare crystals, unique plant and animal products, metals with particular magical properties, formed the backbone of Isthmus commerce, while manufactured goods created by the specialized craftsmen of different magical cultures provided trading opportunities for finished products that combined utility with artistic excellence. The seasonal rhythms that governed Isthmus trade created complex patterns of commercial activity that traders learned to anticipate and exploit. The spring trading seasons brought merchants eager to acquire materials needed for summer magical projects, while autumn commerce focused on goods required for winter survival and the materials needed for the major magical celebrations that marked the year's end. These seasonal patterns created natural cycles of abundance and scarcity that skilled merchants could navigate profitably while providing essential goods to magical communities throughout the year. The information networks that developed alongside physical trade routes transformed Isthmus trading centers into crucial nodes in the communication systems that connected distant magical communities. Merchants carried not only goods but also news, letters, and reports about conditions in far-off regions, making trading posts important sources of intelligence for governments, scholars, and anyone else who needed to stay informed about developments in distant territories. The development of magical communication networks often followed the same routes established by earlier trading relationships. The cultural exchange that occurred at Isthmus trading centers created some of the most cosmopolitan and culturally diverse communities in the ancient magical world, as merchants from different magical traditions encountered one another in environments that encouraged mutual understanding and cooperation. These interactions led to innovations in magical practice that combined techniques from different traditions, creating hybrid approaches that often proved more effective than their separate components. The magical fusion cuisines that developed at these trading centers, for instance, combined ingredients and preparation techniques from multiple magical cultures to create entirely new culinary traditions. The security challenges faced by Isthmus trading centers required the development of sophisticated protective systems that could safeguard valuable goods and ensure the safety of merchants from diverse backgrounds who might have conflicting interests or ancient grievances. The neutral zones established at major trading centers operated under special legal frameworks that suspended normal territorial jurisdictions in favor of commercial law designed to facilitate trade, while maintaining order among potentially hostile parties. The warehousing innovations developed for Isthmus trading centers revolutionized the storage and preservation of magical goods, as the unique magical properties of these formations could be harnessed to create storage conditions that maintained or even enhanced the properties of stored materials. The famous ever-fresh warehouses of the Golden Isthmus used carefully controlled magical fields to prevent spoilage, while actually improving the magical potency of certain stored ingredients over time, creating goods that were more valuable when sold than when first acquired. The transportation magic that developed to support Isthmus commerce pushed the boundaries of what was possible with the magical technology of earlier eras, as the demands of moving large quantities of goods efficiently and safely drove innovations in levitation, shrinking, and preservation magic. The development of magically enhanced vessels that could carry larger cargoes more safely through dangerous waters made long-distance trade more profitable while reducing the risks faced by merchant crews. The financial instruments that emerged to support long-distance trade through Isthmus centers included some of the earliest examples of magical banking, insurance, and credit systems that allowed merchants to conduct business across vast distances without carrying dangerous amounts of valuable materials. Letters of credit that could be honored at distant trading centers, insurance policies that protected against both natural hazards and magical disasters, and lending arrangements that provided working capital for ambitious trading ventures created the foundation for the sophisticated magical financial systems that continue to support international wizarding commerce today. The regulatory frameworks that governed commerce at Isthmus trading centers required careful balance between the need to maintain order and the desire to encourage free trade among merchants from different magical traditions, with varying legal systems and commercial practices. The development of commercial arbitration systems, standardized weights and measures, and quality control standards created models for international commercial regulation that influenced trade agreements throughout the magical world. The technological innovations that emerged from the practical demands of Isthmus commerce included advances in magical communication, transportation, and storage that found applications far beyond their original commercial purposes. The development of long-distance magical messaging systems, for instance, initially served the needs of merchants coordinating shipments across vast distances, but eventually became essential infrastructure for magical governments and educational institutions. The environmental impacts of large-scale commercial activity on magical isthmuses required the development of conservation practices that balanced economic needs with the preservation of the unique magical properties that made these formations valuable in the first place. The sustainable harvesting techniques developed for magical materials, the waste management systems that prevented commercial activity from polluting the magical environment, and the restoration practices that maintained the health of overused magical ecosystems created models for environmental stewardship that remain relevant today. The social changes brought about by Isthmus commerce extended far beyond the trading centers themselves, as the wealth generated by these commercial activities supported the development of magical arts, sciences, and cultural institutions throughout the regions connected by these trade networks. The patronage systems that emerged around successful Isthmus merchants funded some of the most important magical research and artistic creation of earlier eras, while the cosmopolitan perspectives developed through exposure to diverse magical traditions influenced intellectual and cultural development throughout the magical world. The decline of some historical Isthmus trading centers came about through changes in magical technology and transportation systems that reduced the strategic importance of these formations, but many adapted by specializing in particular types of commerce, or by developing new roles as centers of magical education and research. The transformation of these commercial centers into academic institutions created some of the most important centers of magical learning in the contemporary wizarding world. The legacy systems that continue to operate at modern Isthmus trading centers demonstrate the enduring value of these formations for facilitating commerce and cultural exchange, as their unique magical properties continue to provide advantages for certain types of trade and communication that cannot be replicated in other environments. The preservation of these commercial traditions provides valuable links to the commercial practices and cultural values of earlier magical civilizations. The lessons learned from studying historical Isthmus commerce continue to influence contemporary approaches to international magical trade, as the challenges and opportunities faced by earlier merchant communities provide insights into the fundamental principles that govern successful commercial relationships between diverse magical cultures. The emphasis on neutrality, cooperation, and mutual benefit that characterized successful Isthmus trading centers remains relevant for modern international magical commerce. As you reflect upon these remarkable centers of commerce, where the practical necessities of trade created bridges not just between distant lands, but between different cultures and ways of understanding the magical world, consider how the most lasting prosperity often emerges not from seeking advantage over others, but from creating systems that allow all participants to benefit from their interactions. What opportunities for mutually beneficial exchange might exist in your own magical practice and community relationships, and how might the spirit of cooperation and cultural curiosity that animated these great trading centers guide you toward discovering new forms of wealth that emerge from sharing, rather than hoarding your magical gifts and knowledge. Chapter 9. Ritual Magic and Sacred Ceremonies. Within the hushed sanctity of magical isthmuses, where the veil between different realms grows thin, and the concentrated energies of earth and water create conditions found nowhere else in our world, ancient practitioners discovered that these threshold spaces possessed an almost sacred quality that made them ideal settings for the most profound and transformative magical ceremonies. The liminal nature of these formations, existing as they do at the boundary between different magical territories, creates an atmosphere of heightened spiritual significance that has drawn seekers of wisdom and practitioners of sacred magic for countless generations. Imagine yourself participating in one of the ancient solstice ceremonies that have been performed on the sacred Isthmus of Avalon's Bridge for over 3,000 years, where generations of practitioners have gathered twice each year to mark the turning points of light and darkness. As the sun reaches its highest point on the summer solstice, you stand with dozens of other practitioners in the stone circle that crowns the narrowest point of this ancient formation, feeling the accumulated power of millennia of sacred observance flowing through the very ground beneath your feet, connecting you not only to the cosmic forces that govern the changing seasons, but to every practitioner who has ever stood in this sacred space before you. The selection of isthmuses as sites for sacred ceremonies reflects ancient understanding of how geographical formations can amplify and focus magical energy in ways that support the most challenging and transformative types of magical work. The concentration of power that occurs where ley lines converge beneath these narrow land bridges creates conditions that can sustain magical effects far more complex and long-lasting than those possible in ordinary magical environments. The presence of water on both sides of the formation adds the purifying and transformative qualities associated with this element, while the narrow land connection provides the stability and grounding necessary for safe magical practice. The seasonal ceremonies that have been performed on magical isthmuses throughout history follow patterns that connect terrestrial magical practice with the great cosmic cycles that govern all magical phenomena. The spring equinox ceremonies that mark the beginning of the growing season typically focus on themes of renewal, new beginnings, and the awakening of dormant magical potential. These rituals often involve the planting of seeds in specially prepared soil that has been charged with the concentrated magical energies of the isthmus, creating magical gardens that serve as living symbols of the transformative power released during these ceremonial observances. The summer solstice celebrations represent the peak of solar magical influence, when the combination of maximum daylight and the natural amplification provided by isthmus formations creates conditions ideal for the most ambitious transformative magic. The great illumination ceremonies performed at this time often involve the creation of massive light displays that can be seen from great distances, serving both as celebrations of solar power and as beacons that announce the successful completion of year-long magical projects to distant magical communities. The autumn equinox ceremonies that mark the beginning of the harvest season focus on themes of gratitude, preservation, and the wise use of accumulated magical power. These rituals often involve the creation of magical preserves and protective enchantments designed to sustain communities through the challenging winter months ahead. The harvest ceremonies also serve as occasions for communities to share the fruits of their magical labors with others, creating bonds of mutual support and cooperation that strengthen the entire magical world. The winter solstice observances represent perhaps the most profound and mysterious of the seasonal ceremonies, as the longest night of the year creates conditions perfect for deep introspection, divination, and communication with spiritual forces that remain hidden during brighter times. The darkness ceremonies performed during these events often involve the extinguishing of all artificial lights, allowing participants to experience the pure magical energies of the isthmus without interference from human magical activities. The life transition ceremonies performed on magical isthmuses take advantage of the threshold nature of these formations to create powerful symbolic frameworks for major life changes. The coming-of-age rituals that mark the passage from childhood to adulthood often involve symbolic journeys across the length of the isthmus, representing the transition from one phase of life to another. These ceremonies typically include challenges that test the young person's magical abilities, while providing them with opportunities to demonstrate their readiness to take on adult responsibilities within their magical community. The wedding ceremonies performed on isthmuses carry special significance because of the way these formations embody the principle of unity between different territories, making them ideal settings for rituals that celebrate the joining of two lives into a single shared destiny. The marriage bridges constructed on some isthmuses specifically for these ceremonies span the narrowest points of the formations, allowing couples to literally cross from separation to unity as part of their wedding vows. The magical bonds created during these threshold ceremonies are said to be particularly strong and enduring, drawing power from the concentrated magical energies of the formation itself. The funeral rites conducted on magical isthmuses reflect ancient beliefs about the role these formations play in facilitating the soul's journey from the physical world to whatever lies beyond. The positioning of burial sites at the edges of isthmuses, where the boundary between land and water creates a symbolic threshold between life and death, demonstrates sophisticated understanding of how geographical symbolism can support the emotional and spiritual needs of grieving communities while honoring the memory of departed loved ones. The initiation ceremonies that mark entry into various magical orders and societies often utilize the transformative properties of isthmus formations to create profound experiences of personal change and spiritual growth. The isolation chambers constructed in the tidal zones of some isthmuses allow initiates to experience the rhythmic rise and fall of magical energy that accompanies the daily tidal cycles, creating meditative experiences that can last for days or weeks while teaching deep lessons about the cyclical nature of all magical phenomena. The healing ceremonies performed on magical isthmuses take advantage of the purifying properties of these formations to address ailments that resist conventional magical treatment. The therapeutic pools created in the tidal zones of some isthmuses combine the healing properties of salt water with the concentrated magical energies of the formation to create powerful healing environments. The gradual immersion rituals performed in these pools often result in remarkable recoveries from conditions that had been considered incurable by conventional magical medicine. The prophetic ceremonies conducted on isthmuses utilize the enhanced sensitivity to magical currents that characterizes these formations to create ideal conditions for divination and prophecy. The scrying pools constructed at the highest points of some isthmuses combine elevated positioning with magical amplification to create viewing conditions that allow skilled practitioners to perceive events occurring at vast distances or in distant times. The accuracy of prophecies made in these enhanced environments has led to the establishment of several famous oracular centers on major magical isthmuses. The protective ceremonies that create lasting defensive enchantments around magical communities often require the sustained magical effort that can only be maintained in the amplified energy environment of an isthmus formation. The ward-weaving rituals that create these protective barriers typically involve dozens of practitioners working together over periods of several days, drawing on the concentrated magical resources of the isthmus to create defensive systems that can protect entire regions from magical and conventional threats. The consecration ceremonies that establish new sacred spaces often utilize the inherent sanctity of isthmus formations as templates for creating similar conditions in other locations. The ritual transfer of soil, water, and stones from established sacred isthmuses to new ceremonial sites carries with it some of the accumulated magical power and spiritual significance of the original formations, helping to establish the new sites as places suitable for profound magical work. The astronomical ceremonies performed on Isthmuses take advantage of the enhanced visibility and magical resonance these formations provide for observing and working with celestial influences. The stone circles and astronomical observation platforms constructed on many isthmuses create permanent facilities for tracking the movements of stars, planets, and other celestial bodies while utilizing their influences in magical work. The enhanced magical sensitivity that characterizes isthmus formations often allows practitioners to detect subtle celestial influences that would be imperceptible in other environments. The community bonding ceremonies that strengthen the social fabric of magical societies often utilize the unifying symbolism of isthmuses to create shared experiences that bring people together across cultural and individual differences. The unity circles formed during these ceremonies typically span the full width of the isthmus, symbolically embracing the entire formation while creating magical bonds between participants that can last for lifetimes. The environmental ceremonies that maintain the health and balance of magical ecosystems utilize the concentrated natural energies of isthmuses to support conservation and restoration work that extends far beyond the formations themselves. The renewal rituals performed during these ceremonies often involve the cleansing and recharging of ley lines that extend from the isthmus to distant territories, helping to maintain the health of magical environments across vast areas. The artistic ceremonies that celebrate the creative spirit often utilize the inspiring atmosphere of isthmuses to support collaborative creative projects that combine the talents of multiple artists and craftspeople. The creation symphonies performed during these events typically result in artworks that could not be created by individual artists working alone, drawing on the enhanced magical energies of the formation to support creative processes that transcend ordinary artistic limitations. The research ceremonies that advance magical knowledge often require the sustained concentration and enhanced magical sensitivity that isthmus formations provide, allowing teams of researchers to collaborate on projects that push the boundaries of magical understanding. The knowledge-weaving rituals performed during these events create shared mental connections between researchers that allow them to combine their individual insights into collective understanding that exceeds the sum of their separate contributions. As you contemplate these sacred observances that transform the practical geography of narrow land bridges into stages for humanity's most profound spiritual aspirations, consider how the most meaningful ceremonies often emerge not from elaborate artificial constructions, but from recognizing and honoring the sacred qualities that already exist within the natural world around us. What natural rhythms and sacred spaces in your own magical practice might deserve greater recognition and more intentional celebration, and how might learning to work more consciously with these existing patterns of power help you create ceremonies that connect your personal magical development with the larger cosmic forces that sustain all magical life. Chapter 10. Modern Applications of Isthmus Magic. In our contemporary magical world, where ancient wisdom meets innovative thinking and traditional practices evolve to meet the challenges of modern wizarding life, the unique properties of magical isthmuses continue to find new and remarkable applications that demonstrate the timeless relevance of these extraordinary formations. Far from being mere historical curiosities or relics of bygone magical eras, these threshold spaces have become laboratories for cutting-edge magical research, centers for revolutionary healing practices, and focal points for international cooperation that addresses some of the most pressing challenges facing the global wizarding community today. Imagine walking through the corridors of the International Magical Research Institute, established on the Meridian Isthmus, where the world's leading magical theorists gather to tackle problems that require the concentrated magical energies and unique environmental conditions that only these formations can provide. Here, in laboratories built to take advantage of the natural amplification effects of threshold magic, research teams from dozens of different magical traditions work together on projects that would be impossible in conventional magical environments. their diverse approaches to magical theory, unified by the harmonizing influences of the Isthmus itself. The energy research applications that have emerged from modern Isthmus studies represent some of the most promising developments in sustainable magical practice, as researchers have learned to harness the natural power generation capabilities of these formations to create renewable magical energy sources. The tidal generators that have been installed at several major isthmuses capture the rhythmic flow of magical energy that accompanies the rise and fall of surrounding waters, converting this natural phenomenon into stable magical power that can be stored and distributed to magical communities throughout the surrounding regions. The communication technologies that utilize Isthmus magical properties have revolutionized long-distance magical messaging, as the natural amplification and focusing effects of these formations create ideal conditions for transmitting magical signals across vast distances with unprecedented clarity and reliability. The beacon networks established at strategic isthmuses throughout the magical world now provide global communication coverage that allows instant magical messaging between any 2 points on Earth, supporting everything from emergency response coordination to international magical education programs. The transportation innovations that take advantage of Isthmus threshold properties have created new forms of magical travel that combine the safety and reliability of conventional magical transportation with the enhanced capabilities that emerge from working within concentrated magical fields. The dimensional gateways that have been established at several major isthmuses allow travelers to step between distant magical territories with remarkable ease and safety, while the enhanced apparition chambers built at these locations provide training facilities where novice practitioners can learn advanced transportation magic under optimal conditions. The agricultural applications of modern Isthmus magic have transformed approaches to magical farming by demonstrating how the concentrated energies of these formations can be used to enhance crop yields while improving the magical properties of harvested materials. The experimental farms established on carefully selected isthmuses serve as testing grounds for new varieties of magical plants that have been developed to thrive in high-energy environments, producing ingredients for potions and magical preparations that are significantly more potent than those grown in conventional magical gardens. The manufacturing innovations that utilize Isthmus magical properties have created new categories of magical items and tools that incorporate the unique energetic signatures of these formations into their fundamental design. The enchantment workshops established at Isthmus locations can create magical items with enhanced durability and effectiveness, while the materials processing facilities built at these sites can transform ordinary substances into magical materials with properties that cannot be achieved through conventional magical manufacturing techniques. The medical applications that have emerged from Isthmus magic research represent revolutionary advances in magical healing that address conditions previously considered incurable by conventional magical medicine. The healing centers established at therapeutic isthmuses combine the natural purifying and balancing effects of these formations with advanced magical medical techniques to create treatment environments where the body's own magical healing systems receive unprecedented support and enhancement. The educational innovations that take advantage of Isthmus properties have created new approaches to magical instruction that accelerate learning while deepening students' understanding of fundamental magical principles. The teaching laboratories established at academic isthmuses provide students with opportunities to experience advanced magical phenomena firsthand, while the enhanced magical sensitivity that characterizes these environments allows instructors to demonstrate subtle magical effects that would be imperceptible in conventional classroom settings. The environmental restoration projects that utilize Isthmus magic demonstrate how these formations can serve as focal points for large-scale ecological healing efforts that extend far beyond their immediate geographical boundaries. The restoration teams working at these locations use the concentrated magical energies available to power cleansing and renewal spells that can affect magical ecosystems across entire continents, helping to repair damage caused by magical pollution, environmental degradation, and the harmful effects of improperly managed magical activities. The weather management systems that have been developed around isthmus formations represent sophisticated applications of atmospheric magic that can moderate dangerous weather conditions while supporting beneficial climate patterns across vast geographical areas. The weather stations established at key isthmuses work together as components of a global magical meteorological network that can predict and sometimes prevent destructive magical storms, while ensuring that essential weather patterns continue to support magical agriculture and ecosystem health. The security applications that utilize isthmus properties have created new approaches to magical law enforcement and international peacekeeping that take advantage of the natural defensive properties of these formations, while supporting cooperation between different magical jurisdictions. The monitoring stations established at strategic isthmuses can detect and track magical activities across enormous areas, providing early warning of potentially dangerous magical phenomena, while supporting coordinated responses to magical emergencies. The diplomatic applications that have emerged from isthmus magic include the establishment of neutral zones where international magical disputes can be resolved through mediation and negotiation rather than conflict. The peaceful influences that characterize many isthmus environments, combined with their symbolic significance as bridges between different territories, create ideal settings for diplomatic meetings, where representatives from different magical communities can work together to find mutually acceptable solutions to complex international problems. The financial innovations that utilize isthmus properties include the development of new forms of magical currency and economic instruments that take advantage of the stable and consistent magical fields that characterize these formations. The magical banks established at major isthmuses can offer financial services that are impossible in conventional magical environments, including long-term magical investments that actually increase in value over time through exposure to concentrated magical energies. The artistic applications that have emerged from modern isthmus magic include new forms of creative expression that could not exist in any other magical environment, as artists learn to work with the enhanced magical sensitivity and unique energy patterns that characterize these formations. The art colonies established at several isthmuses have become centers of creative innovation, where traditional magical arts evolve in new directions, while entirely new art forms emerge from the creative possibilities that threshold magic provides. The recreational applications that take advantage of isthmus properties have created new forms of magical entertainment and leisure activities that provide safe and enjoyable ways for ordinary wizards to experience the extraordinary magical phenomena that characterize these formations. The resort facilities established at suitable isthmuses offer visitors opportunities to experience enhanced magical activities, participate in mild threshold magic experiences, and enjoy the remarkable natural beauty that characterizes these unique environments. The conservation applications that utilize isthmus magic include sophisticated preservation techniques that can maintain and protect magical artifacts, documents, and specimens for indefinite periods without deterioration. The preservation facilities established at several isthmuses serve as repositories for invaluable magical heritage items that require the stable, high-energy environment that only these formations can provide for their long-term preservation. The rehabilitation applications that have emerged from isthmus magic research provide new approaches to helping magical practitioners recover from magical injuries, addiction to dangerous magical substances, and psychological trauma related to magical experiences. The therapeutic communities established at healing isthmuses combine the naturally beneficial effects of threshold environments with advanced magical counseling and treatment techniques to create recovery programs with unprecedented success rates. The space exploration applications that utilize isthmus magic include the development of enhanced magical telescopes and other astronomical instruments that take advantage of the clear magical atmosphere and reduced magical interference that characterize many isthmus locations. The observatories established at high-altitude isthmuses provide ideal conditions for studying celestial magical phenomena and developing the magical technologies that may eventually support magical space travel. The emergency response applications that have been developed around isthmus formations include rapid deployment systems that can transport rescue teams and emergency supplies to disaster areas anywhere in the magical world, within minutes of receiving distress calls. The emergency coordination centers established at strategic isthmuses serve as headquarters for international magical disaster relief efforts, utilizing the enhanced communication and transportation capabilities that threshold magic provides. The quality control applications that utilize isthmus properties include testing facilities where new magical products and techniques can be evaluated under optimal conditions before being released for general use. The standards laboratories established at these locations provide certification services that ensure magical products meet international safety and effectiveness requirements, while supporting innovation in magical product development. As you contemplate these remarkable demonstrations of how ancient magical principles continue to find new expression in our modern world, consider how the most significant advances often emerge not from abandoning traditional wisdom, but from discovering new ways to apply timeless principles to contemporary challenges and opportunities. What aspects of your own magical practice might benefit from the kind of creative adaptation that transforms traditional techniques into solutions for modern problems, and how might the innovative spirit demonstrated by these contemporary applications inspire you to find new ways to share your magical gifts with the world around you? Chapter 11. Famous magical isthmuses around the world. Across the vast expanse of our magical world, certain isthmuses have achieved legendary status through their extraordinary magical properties, their pivotal roles in wizarding history, or their continuing significance as centers of magical learning and innovation. These remarkable formations stand as monuments to the enduring power of threshold magic, each possessing its own unique character and contributing its own chapter to the grand story of how these narrow bridges between worlds have shaped the development of magical civilization throughout the ages. Begin your journey at the most famous of all magical isthmuses, the legendary Bridge of Avalon, that connects the mystical Isle of Avalon to the ancient magical territories of Celtic Britain. This narrow strip of land, barely 300 yards wide at its narrowest point, has served for over 3 millennia as one of the most important centers of magical learning in the European wizarding world. The mists that perpetually shroud the bridge create an atmosphere of otherworldly mystery, while the ancient stone circles that crown its highest points continue to pulse with the accumulated magical energy of countless ceremonies performed by generations of druids, witches, and wizards who have made pilgrimage to this sacred threshold. Travel eastward across the magical Mediterranean to discover the golden Isthmus of Delos, where the warm waters of the Aegean Sea embrace a formation that has been sacred to magical practitioners since the dawn of recorded wizarding history. Here, the brilliant white stones that line the shores reflect and amplify sunlight in ways that create natural magical enhancement effects, making this isthmus particularly valuable for solar magic and healing practices. The ancient amphitheater carved into the cliffs at the western end of the formation continues to host the Symposium of Solar Magic every summer solstice, drawing practitioners from throughout the Mediterranean magical world to share knowledge and participate in collective rituals that have been performed for over 2,000 years. Journey northward to the Windwalker's Causeway that spans the turbulent waters between the Orkney Islands and the Scottish Highlands, where fierce Atlantic storms and concentrated magical energies create some of the most challenging and rewarding conditions for advanced magical practice found anywhere in the Northern Hemisphere. The weathered standing stones that mark the length of this formation serve as natural lightning rods during the spectacular magical storms that regularly sweep across the region, creating displays of elemental magic that can be witnessed from 50 miles away. The Storm Riders Academy established here trains weather workers and elemental specialists who require experience working with the most intense natural magical phenomena. Cross the vast Atlantic to explore the Rainbow Bridge of Bermuda, where the unique triangular geography of this magical formation creates triple convergence points that generate some of the most complex and beautiful magical effects found anywhere in the Western magical world. The prismatic crystals that have grown naturally in the underwater caves beneath this isthmus refract magical energy in ways that create the spectacular aurora displays that give the formation its name, while the warm tropical waters surrounding the bridge support magical marine ecosystems found nowhere else on Earth. The International School of Chromatic Magic, established here, specializes in teaching the advanced magical techniques required for working with light-based and color magic. Venture into the Pacific to discover the volcano chain of Hawaii, where a series of connected magical isthmuses spans the volcanic islands in formations that demonstrate the profound connections between geological and magical forces. The active volcanic vents that dot these formations create unique opportunities for fire magic and earth magic research, while the constant geological activity generates fluctuating magical fields that provide natural laboratories for studying how magical energy responds to changing environmental conditions. The Hawaiian Institute of Geological Magic conducts research here that has revolutionized understanding of how magical energy interacts with geological processes throughout the world. Travel to the far reaches of the Arctic Ocean to experience the ice bridge of Svalbard, where the extreme cold and unique magnetic properties create magical conditions unlike those found anywhere else in the world. The aurora borealis displays that dance across the skies above this formation are enhanced by the concentrated magical fields below, creating light shows of extraordinary beauty and magical significance. The ice caves that form naturally beneath the bridge during winter months create perfect preservation conditions for magical materials and artifacts, making this location invaluable for long-term magical storage and archaeological research. Journey to the southern hemisphere to explore the Windrose Isthmus of Patagonia, where the meeting of Pacific and Atlantic magical currents creates swirling energy patterns that have made this formation a crucial waypoint for magical navigation throughout the southern oceans. The natural wind patterns that characterize this region are enhanced by magical influences that create ideal conditions for aerial magic and flying creature research, while the unique astronomical viewing conditions available from this remote location support some of the most advanced magical astronomy research being conducted anywhere in the world. Cross the Indian Ocean to discover the Spice Bridge of Madagascar, where the unique biodiversity of this magical island has been enhanced by the concentrated energies of the Isthmus formation that connects it to the African mainland. The extraordinary magical plants that grow only in this threshold environment have provided essential ingredients for magical medicines and potions throughout history, while the diverse magical creatures that inhabit the region continue to offer insights into magical biology and creature behavior that influence magical practice worldwide. Visit the Jade Causeway of Southeast Asia, where the tropical waters of the South China Sea embrace a formation that has served as a center of magical trade and cultural exchange for over a millennium. The floating markets that operate in the sheltered waters around this isthmus continue the ancient tradition of maritime magical commerce, while the monastery complexes built along the ridge of the formation preserve meditation and magical practices that represent some of the oldest continuous magical traditions in the world. Explore the Amber Peninsula of the Baltic Sea, where the unique geological conditions have created natural amber deposits that preserve magical specimens and artifacts in perfect condition for hundreds of thousands of years. The research facilities established here specialize in paleological magic, studying the evolution of magical creatures and plants through examination of perfectly preserved specimens found in the magical amber formations that characterize this region. Journey to the Dragon's Spine Isthmus of the North Sea, where the harsh conditions and powerful magical currents create ideal training environments for advanced magical practitioners who require experience working under extreme conditions. The lighthouse complexes that mark the navigation channels around this formation serve double duty as magical beacon stations and research facilities, supporting both maritime safety and advanced magical research into beacon magic and long-distance magical communication. Discover the coral gardens of the Caribbean, where warm tropical waters and concentrated magical energies have created the most extensive magical coral reef systems in the world. The underwater research stations established in the lagoons around this formation conduct pioneering research into aquatic magic and marine magical ecosystems, while the surface facilities provide training grounds for practitioners specializing in water magic and marine creature care. Visit the Aurora Isthmus of Alaska, where the northern lights create year-round displays of extraordinary beauty and magical significance that have made this formation a pilgrimage destination for practitioners seeking to understand the connections between celestial and terrestrial magical phenomena. The research station established here monitors space weather and cosmic magical influences, providing early warning systems for magical disruptions that could affect magical practice worldwide. Explore the Moonstone Bridge of New Zealand, where the unique magical properties of the southern hemisphere combine with the geological activity of this volcanic region to create magical conditions that exist nowhere else on Earth. The research conducted here into southern hemisphere magical phenomena has revealed fundamental differences in how magical energy behaves in different parts of the world, contributing to theoretical advances that have improved magical practice throughout the global wizarding community. Each of these remarkable formations tells its own story of how geographical forces and magical energies can combine to create places of extraordinary power and beauty, while their collective influence on magical history demonstrates the crucial role that Isthmuses have played in shaping the development of magical civilization. The ongoing research and educational activities at these locations continue to advance magical knowledge, while preserving the unique characteristics that make each formation an irreplaceable treasure of the magical world. The conservation efforts that protect these famous isthmuses reflect growing recognition of their importance as both natural wonders and cultural heritage sites that belong to the entire magical world. International agreements now coordinate the protection of these formations, while ensuring that their magical resources remain available for research and education that benefits all magical communities. The pilgrimage traditions that have developed around many of these famous isthmuses create opportunities for magical practitioners from around the world to experience threshold magic in its most developed and refined forms, while participating in cultural exchanges that strengthen the bonds between different magical communities and traditions. As you contemplate these magnificent examples of how natural forces and human dedication can combine to create places of lasting beauty and significance, consider how each location's unique character emerges, not from attempts to impose artificial perfection, but from patient cultivation of the extraordinary potential that already exists within the natural world. What unique qualities and potential might exist within the magical environments and communities where your own practice develops, and how might the respectful attention and dedicated cultivation demonstrated at these famous sites inspire you to discover and nurture the hidden treasures that surround you in your daily magical life? Chapter 12. The Future of Isthmus Magic Studies. As we stand at the threshold of a new era in magical understanding, gazing toward horizons bright with possibility and rich with the promise of discoveries yet to be made, the study of Isthmus magic emerges as one of the most exciting frontiers in contemporary magical research. The ancient wisdom preserved in these threshold formations continues to yield new insights, while cutting-edge magical theory opens unprecedented opportunities for understanding and working with the remarkable phenomena that characterize these bridges between worlds, suggesting that our greatest adventures in Isthmus magic may still lie ahead of us. Picture yourself walking through the corridors of the newly established Global Institute for Threshold Magic Studies, where the world's leading researchers gather to push the boundaries of what we know about these remarkable formations and their potential applications for solving some of the most pressing challenges facing our magical world. Here, in laboratories equipped with the most advanced magical instruments yet devised, international teams of researchers work together on projects that seemed like pure fantasy just a generation ago, their diverse perspectives and innovative approaches united by shared fascination with the endless mysteries that Isthmus magic continues to reveal. The theoretical breakthroughs that are currently revolutionizing our understanding of threshold magic promise to unlock entirely new categories of magical practice based on principles that we are only beginning to comprehend. The quantum magical theory that has emerged from recent research suggests that the unique properties of isthmuses may result from their ability to exist simultaneously in multiple magical dimensions, creating intersection points, where different layers of magical reality overlap and interact in ways that generate the concentrated energy fields we observe in these formations. The technological innovations that are emerging from Isthmus magic research include the development of artificial threshold generators that can create localized versions of isthmus conditions in other environments, potentially bringing the benefits of threshold magic to magical communities throughout the world. These breakthrough devices, still in early experimental stages, utilize complex arrays of magical crystals and specially designed enchantments to replicate the energy patterns and environmental conditions that characterize natural isthmus formations, opening possibilities for establishing threshold magic centers in locations where geographical conditions would not naturally support such phenomena. The environmental applications of advanced isthmus magic hold tremendous promise for addressing the ecological challenges that threaten magical ecosystems worldwide. As researchers develop techniques for using the concentrated energies of these formations to power large-scale environmental restoration projects, the atmospheric purification systems being tested at several major isthmuses demonstrate how threshold magic might be used to cleanse magical pollution from vast areas, while the biodiversity enhancement programs show how isthmus energies can support the recovery of endangered magical species in their natural habitats. The medical frontiers opening through isthmus magic research suggest revolutionary advances in magical healing that could transform treatment approaches for conditions that have long challenged even the most skilled magical healers. The regenerative medicine techniques being developed at therapeutic isthmuses show remarkable promise for treating magical injuries that damage the fundamental energy systems of the body, while the longevity research being conducted at these locations explores how threshold energies might support healthy aging and extended lifespans for magical practitioners. The educational innovations emerging from isthmus magic studies are creating new approaches to magical instruction that could revolutionize how young witches and wizards learn to work with magical energy. The immersive learning environments being developed at academic isthmuses allow students to experience advanced magical phenomena firsthand, while developing the sophisticated energy sensitivity required for working with threshold magic, creating educational opportunities that were impossible with previous teaching methods. The space exploration applications of isthmus magic represent perhaps the most ambitious frontier in magical research, as scientists investigate whether the dimensional intersection properties of these formations might provide gateways to entirely new realms of magical exploration. The experimental portals being constructed at several remote isthmuses utilize the natural dimensional instabilities of these formations to create controlled passages that might eventually allow magical travel to distant magical worlds, or even to non-magical dimensions where entirely different physical and magical laws apply. The consciousness research being conducted at specialized isthmus facilities explores fundamental questions about the nature of magical awareness and the relationship between individual consciousness and the collective magical fields that permeate our world. The meditation technologies being developed at these locations suggest that the enhanced magical sensitivity provided by threshold environments might allow practitioners to access states of consciousness that reveal deeper truths about the nature of magic itself. The archaeological applications of advanced isthmus magic are opening new windows into magical history through techniques that can reveal information about past magical activities that occurred thousands of years ago. The temporal archaeology methods being developed use the memory properties of isthmus formations to reconstruct detailed pictures of ancient magical practices, providing insights into lost magical traditions that could inform contemporary magical development. The artistic frontiers emerging from isthmus magic include entirely new forms of creative expression that utilize the unique energy properties of these formations to create artworks that exist partially in multiple dimensions simultaneously. The dimensional art galleries being established at several artistic isthmuses showcase creative works that can only be fully experienced within threshold environments. while the collaborative art projects demonstrate how multiple artists working together in these enhanced conditions can create collective works that transcend individual creative limitations. The communication technologies of the future may rely heavily on the natural amplification and focusing properties of isthmus formations to create global magical networks that provide instant, reliable communication between any points on Earth, while supporting entirely new forms of magical information sharing. The quantum communication systems being tested at major isthmuses demonstrate how threshold magic might enable forms of magical information transfer that operate instantaneously across any distance. The energy research frontiers opening through isthmus studies suggest the possibility of developing sustainable magical power systems that could meet the energy needs of the entire magical world without depleting natural magical resources or causing environmental damage. The fusion magic experiments being conducted at high-energy isthmuses explore whether threshold conditions might allow controlled combination of different types of magical energy to create new forms of power that are both more efficient and more environmentally friendly than current magical energy sources. The biotechnology applications emerging from isthmus magic research include techniques for enhancing the magical properties of ordinary plants and animals through controlled exposure to threshold energies, potentially creating new sources of magical materials while supporting biodiversity conservation efforts. The genetic enhancement programs being developed show how threshold magic might be used to help endangered magical species adapt to changing environmental conditions while preserving their essential magical characteristics. The transportation breakthroughs being developed through isthmus magic research promise to revolutionize magical travel through systems that combine the safety and reliability of conventional magical transportation with the enhanced capabilities that emerge from working within threshold environments. The dimensional transportation networks being planned would connect major isthmuses throughout the world through stable magical gateways that allow rapid travel between distant locations while minimizing the energy costs and environmental impacts associated with current long-distance magical transportation methods. The manufacturing innovations emerging from threshold magic studies suggest the possibility of creating entirely new categories of magical items with properties that cannot be achieved through conventional magical crafting techniques. The dimensional forging methods being developed at specialized isthmus workshops demonstrate how the unique energy conditions of these formations might allow the creation of magical items that exist partially in multiple dimensions, providing capabilities that seem almost miraculous by current standards. The philosophical implications of advancing isthmus magic research raise profound questions about the nature of reality itself and our place within the vast magical cosmos that surrounds us. Metaphysical research being conducted at contemplative isthmuses explores whether the threshold properties of these formations might provide insights into fundamental questions about the relationship between mind and magic, consciousness and cosmos, individual identity and universal connection. The collaborative frameworks being developed for future isthmus magic research emphasize international cooperation and shared responsibility for protecting and studying these remarkable formations, recognizing that the benefits of threshold magic research belong to the entire magical world rather than to any single nation or institution. The research partnerships being established create models for scientific cooperation that could influence how the magical world approaches other global challenges requiring coordinated international response. The ethical considerations surrounding advanced isthmus magic research require careful attention to questions about the responsible use of increasingly powerful magical capabilities, ensuring that the remarkable potential of threshold magic serves the benefit of all magical communities while respecting the natural environment and the rights of magical creatures that depend on these formations for their survival. The preservation priorities for future isthmus magic studies focus on maintaining the delicate balance between advancing scientific knowledge and protecting the natural characteristics that make these formations valuable for research in the first place, ensuring that future generations will continue to have access to these remarkable natural laboratories for magical discovery and learning. As you contemplate these extraordinary possibilities that stretch before us like pathways leading toward magical horizons we can barely imagine, consider how the most significant discoveries often emerge, not from abandoning the wisdom of the past, but from finding new ways to build upon foundations laid by previous generations of magical practitioners and researchers. What role might your own magical development play in contributing to these expanding frontiers of knowledge and capability, and how might the spirit of patient investigation and respectful innovation that characterizes the best Isthmus magic research inspire you to approach your own magical journey with the kind of curiosity and dedication that transforms both individuals and the magical world they help to create?